Okay, good afternoon. The Thursday, December 5th, 2019 meeting of the Committee on Academic Affairs and Student Services is now called to order. And, do we have a recorder?
Ashley's taking care of it.
Ashley, okay, I was like, wait, my usual person is not there, okay. All right, just making sure. Will the Assistant Board Secretary please call the roll?
Chair Massey? Trustee Tellman?
Here.
Trustee Williams?
Here.
Vice Chair Swanson?
Here. Okay, thanks all for joining today. Before we get started, I would like to welcome our new Chief Talent Officer, Carol Dunning, to her second week at City Colleges and first committee meeting. So welcome. Welcome. Great to have you. And we will start with remarks from Provost Potter today. Yes or no?
So, thank you, Vice Chair Swanson.
Sorry, the Chancellor.
I'm pleased to be here with my colleagues, with the Chancellor, and with the trustees today. We do have a full agenda, including a presentation from our Title IX office and our student supports areas about safety and ensuring that our students are learning in an environment free of sexual harassment and sexual violence. And then we have our usual slate of board reports. So
Okay.
thank you.
Terrific. Thank you. Okay, so let's now begin the review of agenda items. So today we'll be hearing from the Offices of Equal Employment Opportunity, Labor and Employee Relations, and the Academic and Student Affairs, with reporting and discussion pertaining to the Title IX and other related topics. And if we could call the first person up for the first presentation. Terrific.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Dr. Massey, Vice Chair Swanson, Chancellor Salgado, board members, presidents, Provost Potter, and all those in attendance here and via live stream. My name is Aaron Allen, and I'm the Executive Director of EEO and Labor and Employee Relations. Also here today, who you'll be hearing from very shortly, is Diane Bailey. She is the District Director of Title IX. Chancellor Salgado submitted the sexual harassment and sexual assault report to the board. It should be in your packets. You should also have a pen that we provided to you regarding Title IX. And we are here today to talk about Title IX. Within the jurisdiction of the purview of the EEO office is the Title IX function. And in the few minutes that we have allotted to us, we're going to try to give you an overview of Title IX here at City Colleges of Chicago. The EEO office is one of 3 entities here at City Colleges that is specifically authorized by you, the board, to do investigations on behalf of City Colleges of Chicago. The other 2 entities are the Office of the Inspector General and the Office of Safety and Security. The EEO office enforces CCC's equal opportunity policy, which is inclusive of Title IX. The policy prohibits discrimination and harassment based on protected categories, and our office investigates complaints of violations of that policy. Briefly, Title IX is a federal law. It protects people from discrimination based on sex in education, programs and activities that receive federal funding. Title IX includes sex-based discrimination, and it also includes sexual harassment. And generally, there are 2 types of sexual harassment. There's hostile environment. That's the type of harassment where there is unwelcome sexual conduct that becomes so severe or pervasive that it creates an intimidating, a hostile, or an abusive environment for the recipient of the conduct. There's also quid pro quo, and I know that term has been talked about a lot in the news lately, but quite literally it means something for something. And that type of harassment happens when there is an academic or employment decision that is conditioned on the provision of some type of unwelcome sexual conduct. Our office also covers, and the policy also protects against sexual assault, stalking, dating violence, and other forms of sexual misconduct. Because we want to ensure that nothing falls through the cracks and we want to be notified of all reported incidents of sexual harassment, the process is set up so that we receive complaints from several sources. First of all, individuals, whether they're employees, whether they're students, whether they are program participants or have some type of affiliation with city colleges, can report directly to our office any types of concerns they are having in terms of sexual harassment. Secondly, we also receive complaints from our campus Title IX coordinators. Those are the assistant or associate deans of student services at each of our campuses. And sometimes our students will go directly to those folks because they're more comfortable with those associate deans, and then the associate deans will then report it up through our office. And then we also are notified of concerns via campus security. Many times if there are incident reports that occur that may have implications or allegations of sexual misconduct, our campus security offices will then also funnel those concerns to our office so that we are aware. Sorry. Additionally, we also receive referrals periodically from the Office of the Inspector General. Obviously, the Inspector General's main concern is fraud and waste, but in certain situations, the Inspector General's office can also investigate certain complaints that may fall under our purview, but typically those are referrals to our office as well. So that's another way that we will learn of these complaints. I did want the board to know that there are confidential advisors here at City Colleges of Chicago, and that is pursuant to state law. In many cases, people may not want to or may feel uncomfortable or fearful of actually reporting a concern in order to initiate a formal investigation through our office. In those cases, we don't want students or employees to suffer in silence. We do want them to have access to any emergency resources, counseling, medical care that they may desire or need, and they can get those by going to our wellness centers at each of our campus locations. There are trained confidential advisors in each of those wellness centers, and those confidential advisors have no duty to report those concerns to our office. It's important, though, because by going to the advisors, not only can people who are going through certain harassment situations get, again, the counseling and care they may need, but also maybe the psychological support to then report to our office so that we can initiate a proper investigation. With that, I will turn it over to Diane.
Again, my name is Diane Bailey. I am the Title IX District Director. I want to thank you for allowing us to speak to you on Title IX. This is a very important topic that we need to continue to raise awareness with. So here on our first slide, this is the chart that represents the reports that we receive in the EEO office. As you can see, it's from fiscal year 2017 through 2019. During this time, you'll see that the highest number is in fiscal year 2018. During this time, this was the time of the Me Too movement and Time's Up movement. The media most definitely made a great effort at raising this awareness. At this time, also, a survey was done, and 417 high-profile executives and employees were outed due to the Me Too movement. I don't know if you know Melissa Milano, but she had tweeted, and in her tweet, she encouraged people to tell their stories of sexual harassment. And this set off an international phenomenon. And as you can see from our results, there are the let me move to the side. The student versus students were some of our highest reports, and we're very glad about that. And then you will see that student versus employee, and employee versus employee, we're at 16. Once a report, thank you.
That seems
Thank
like
you.
a very small number for a population this size. I'm just thinking of other institutions that I'm associated with, many fewer students than this, and we get many more
Yes.
complaints. See, just 16 in an entire year?
And that
Throughout the entire
is
system?
16 student versus employee,
Right.
and
No,
6.
student versus student.
Right, exactly. So, what we can attribute it to is maybe the message was not out there the way in which we wanted it to be. However, this is some of our goals to make sure that the awareness and the process is out. People are educated on Title IX sexual harassment and sexual discrimination. This is why you have seen the numbers go up, yet they're starting to, the next year you see that they have gone down. Yes. All right, there is also in our investigative process, once the EEO office receives the complaint, we evaluate the complaint. We contact the complainant. We make sure that safety precautions are available to them to make sure that they feel safe on campus. We make sure that they are aware of their options, one being counseling. The other one is that they have the right to make a report to the Chicago Police Department. We also interview that person. After we interview the complainant, we notify the respondent of the file that's been charged against them. We interview the respondent and any relative witnesses and any evidence. We submit those determinations based on preponderance of evidence. We submit those findings for review and approval from the Chief Talent Officer. After receiving approval, the Chief Talent Officer gives us that complaint back, that case back, and we notify the complainant and the respondent of the outcome. We forward sustained findings to the campus and we issue discipline, and they issue discipline. If it is not sustained, the case is closed and no further action is required. It is imperative that we raise awareness of Title IX, sexual harassment, and sexual discrimination. Coming into this position, it was my goal to raise awareness through training and advertisement. As of today, our numbers have actually doubled. Yet, with 80,000 students and over approximately 4,000 employees, these numbers are still very low. So in order for us to reach more of our students, it is our hope that we receive funding to implement an e-learning tool for training all first-year freshmen and transfer students. This will also allow us to fulfill the requirement to train all employees per the Workplace Transparency Act. This is where they will be receiving sexual harassment training. In the meantime, we will continue to raise awareness. This is one of our campaigns. You will be able to see these on all campuses, all LCD screens. We also have brochures and information available to the wellness centers and to anyone available that is a CCC employee. We also advertise Know Your Rights, and we educate with blurbs in the 411 special announcements. We will continue to increase our trainings and our partnerships with some of our resources, which is Lifespan. They are an educational crisis resource center that come out and they do trainings as well to help reduce domestic violence and sexual assault. We also partner with the YWCA, and we also partner with some of our CCC organizations, student organizations. The next person to present is currently not
So,
here.
If I may interject, Vice
Yes.
Chair. Thank you. So we had planned for a third speaker to wrap this up with just the last couple of slides. She is unfortunately unable to be here at the moment, but I can, at a very high level, just report to the board that in addition to the important work coming out of the Title IX office and the work that Ms. Bailey is doing, this truly is work that is a partnership between the Title IX office, our student services at our colleges, and student activities. And it is as much a education, probably more an education initiative as it is a compliance initiative. As important as the compliance is, we really do take seriously our mission of educating students on what it means to be a respectful and aware individual within a context of learning such as we have at City Colleges. And so you can see on these last two slides the number of initiatives and trainings that are offered by wellness centers and student activities. A lot of this is ground up from SGA, and then some of it is the professionals and the experts from the wellness centers and others coming in and providing workshops and trainings, et cetera. So.
Thank you again for this
Thank you. Any
opportunity.
questions?
Yes,
Yes.
thanks for the presentation. I'm just looking at the Chancellor's report, and I have some questions on that.
Okay.
With respect to when something's referred to the Student Disciplinary Committee, what happens there? Who's a part of that committee?
That is the student affairs side of the process. And usually what happens is that they gather a team together. Some will be people, obviously, that are available at that time. From my experience, it's been the HR, people in HR, people that are involved in the dean, student services as well. I'm sorry.
Trustee Tillman, so there it is, it happens quite frequently, I believe, that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Bailey, that the discipline process often refers cases to Title IX, and Title IX refers cases back to discipline, depending upon where it is judged that they fall. And in the discipline process, these are procedures that are detailed in the academic and student policies that the board approves and has some governance responsibility over. And there are discipline processes that are run at each college with involvement from administrators and faculty and students.
So I guess
And Title IX is a separate, the EEO office is a separate entity, so we're not involved in that part of the process.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, is that kind of standard that you would have a claim of sexual harassment between students being referred to a student committee? Is that what colleges do now, or?
So only if it doesn't meet the criteria to be part of a Title IX
Correct.
investigation. And so the Title IX officers determine if a case meets that criteria.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
And then I see the vast majority of the complaints are closed.
Yes.
What is it? Yeah.
That's called administratively closed. Sometimes people do not want to come forward. Sometimes we cannot contact that person. So if we cannot contact that person, then we have to close the case out. But they are free to still seek out the counseling services, but if they do not come back to our office, we have to close it out. We tried several attempts, at least 4 or 5 attempts, phone calls as well. But we don't want to pressure that person because that re-traumatizes that person.
And for the sexual assaults, is that not referred automatically to the Chicago police, or?
That is their responsibility if they want to refer it to the police. We most definitely suggest it to them, but that is you have to make sure that the victim has a choice. You have to make sure that they're in control of the situation. You want to give that back to them.
Okay, thank you.
And just a quick one on the timing of all the training that you'd like to do. Just when is all the training online for all faculty and staff?
This has to be completed by 2021, January 1, 2021, yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Anything else? Okay, thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
You both. All right, we will now move on to review the items proposed for board action at the December 5th regular board meeting, which will take place directly after this meeting, starting at 2 o'clock. We will begin with resolutions, and I would ask that you all go ahead right after each other, unless the trustee has a question, please jump in. My understanding of the reports is as follows. Chief Financial Officer Rodriguez will report on Resolution 1.00, followed by Provost Potter with Resolutions 1.01 through 1.05. Chief Talent Officer Dunning will then report on Resolution 1.06, President Jackson on 1.07, and General Counsel Goen will report on Resolution 1.08. So if CFO Rodriguez could please get us started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Resolution 1.00 is for the approval of our annual property tax levy. The amount of the levy was approved as part of our FY 2020 annual budget and has not changed. This includes a modest increase for new properties as well as an increase to the property tax cap. Subsequent to approval, we will file with the county clerks of the County of Cook and DuPage. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Resolution 1.01 is to adopt revisions to academic and student policies of City Colleges of Chicago, effective December 2019. These changes to academic and student policy are a culmination of our biannual policy review process, a shared governance process that includes faculty, council review, presidential review, and open comment. In this round of policy revisions, we are explicitly prohibiting the exchange of grading based on any non-academic contributions, adding clarifying language regarding satisfactory academic progress, or SAP, and how students can reset their SAP calculation by changing their field of study, adding language to policy required by federal law regarding students utilizing veterans benefits, clarifying student discipline language related to due process rights, disallowing compensation to faculty or staff for off-site classes if no instruction is being provided, removing the head covering policy that had been in place at our colleges, and finally continuing to prohibit the possession or use of marijuana on our campuses. And this is consistent with our obligations under the U.S. Safe Schools and Communities Act. Resolution 1.02 authorizes the establishment of an advisory panel to address the Mental Health Early Action on Campus Act. The act passed by the Illinois State Legislature and signed into law this year requires board action at each institution of higher education in Illinois. The legislation is designed to address gaps in mental health services on college campuses across the state. In this resolution, the board authorizes the provost's office to establish a panel to develop and implement policies and procedures pursuant to the requirements of the legislation. We intend to form this advisory panel in January. It will consist of local experts, including wellness center directors, disability access center directors, advising, security, IT, HR, and faculty. And the law goes into effect in January 2020 with monitoring beginning in 2022. Contingent on available funding, the law establishes minimum ratios of clinical counselors to students and requires training and peer support programs. And this resolution is our first step toward compliance with the law, addressing an area that we have already been focusing our attention and supports. Resolution 1.03 authorizes the renewal of an intergovernmental agreement with the state of Illinois for participation in the Upward Mobility Program. The Upward Mobility Program is a tuition reimbursement program for state employees in which we bill the state directly and employees have access to all credit programs at City Colleges of Chicago. Resolution 1.04 approves the creation of a new program, a basic certificate in cannabis dispensary operations. Pending approvals, this will be an 11 credit hour program built upon existing business and supply chain management and logistics coursework, in addition to 3 new courses specific to cannabis dispensary operations. Students will gain an understanding of the legal environment of dispensary operations in alignment with state and federal laws that regulate cannabis distribution to clients. This certificate program represents one of the workforce programs at Olive Harvey that is supported with the recent ICCB Workforce Equity Grant, and 40 students are expected to enroll in the initial cohort in spring 2020. And finally, Resolution 1.05 approves the creation of new programs in cybersecurity, completing the stack of credentials at Kennedy King College and Olive Harvey College by adding the advanced certificate and the applied associate's degrees at both colleges. The board took similar action last month with respect to Daly and Wright colleges. And this is a good time to remind the board that when we approve programs, we do so specific to the colleges where those programs will be offered. And this includes whenever a college seeks to launch a new program that already exists at another college. This set of approvals at this time for Kennedy King and Olive Harvey will allow those two colleges to fulfill expectations under their respective workforce equity grants. And finally, the board should know that with the creation of cybersecurity at multiple different locations throughout the district, we are working closely with faculty and administration at each of the colleges to ensure that benchmarks are met regarding expertise, equipment, and curriculum prior to any students beginning the programs.
Terrific, thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, Provost.
Good afternoon. Resolution 1.06 is a request to approve the appointment of Dr. Daniel Lopez Jr. as the president of Harold Washington College. Dr. Lopez is an experienced professor and administrator, most recently serving as the vice president for student affairs and dean of academic development at Northeastern Illinois University. We are requesting approval to appoint Dr. Lopez as president of Harold Washington College beginning January 21st, 2020 and continuing through January 20th, 2023.
Thank you. Any questions? All right, thank you.
All right, good afternoon. Resolution 1.07 is an amendment to a previous agreement. This amendment expands support for the Early Learning Workforce Scholarship. It increases funding for INCRA to support bachelor degree pipelines and CCC students working towards their credentials required by the state. Currently, there are 283 CCC students participating in this program across the district, with roughly 45% of the participants representing future teachers of color.
Questions? No, terrific, thanks.
Resolution 1.08 requests approval of a settlement between Michelle Fullerton and the Board of Trustees of Community College District Number 508. This matter will be discussed in more detail in closed session. The resolution also requests authorization for the chair or his designee to execute such settlement agreement and to carry out all things necessary to implement its terms.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Item 2.0 is a request to approve the December 2019 personnel report. There are 60 actions on this month's report. They include 22 new and rehires, 31 promotions, title, and salary changes, and 7 resignations, retirements, and separations. This concludes the month's report.
Okay. Thank you. And go ahead.
Sure.
We'll keep going.
This
Thanks,
month's,
Eric.
no worries. This month's resource development report includes new grants submitted in the amount of $317,918 and monetary contributions in the amount of $500,200. Highlights include a new submission to Bank of America for workforce programming at Daly College. Additionally, we're pleased to have secured a $500,000 contribution for the Chancellor's Retention Grant Initiative from an anonymous donor. And that'll conclude this month's resource development report.
Yeah, great news, terrific. Congrats. Okay, thank you. We are now going to move on to agreements, and again, I'll just ask that you continue one right after another. Again, unless there are questions. And so I believe we are starting, let's see, Associate Vice Chancellor Anthony, report on agreements 4.00 through 4.02. And then, let's see, Yeah, I'm like, you're never leaving the table today. You're like, okay, so welcome to your first meeting. Well, and you'll do 4.03 to 0.05. Great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Agreement 4.00 requests the board's authority to enter into agreement with Action Cleaners to provide emergency facility restoration services district-wide on an as-needed basis for the period of December 5th, 2019 through March 31, 2022, at a total cost not to exceed $200,000. ACR, or Action Cleaners or ACR, shall provide emergency restoration and remediation services on an as-needed 24/7 basis, district-wide. These emergency restoration and repairs could cover damage from incidents including but not limited to fire, water, mold, wind, vandalism. The service will allow the district to have a readily available means to respond rapidly, safely, and in compliance with applicable environmental laws to emergencies, and will support our continuity of operations. Agreement 4.01 requests the board's authority to enter into an agreement with Tilton, Kelly, and Bell Architects to provide architectural services for Malcolm X College for the period of December 5, 2019 through June 30, 2022, at a total cost not to exceed $108,500. Tilton, Kelly, and Bell shall provide architectural services to support expansion of the existing child development program. Agreement 4.02 requests the board's authority to amend an existing agreement with Ross Barney Architects to provide space planning and design services for Harold Washington College. This amendment shall extend the term of the agreement through June 30th, 2021. There is no additional cost associated with the agreement. The total not to exceed contract value remains at $201,500 as approved in February 2019.
Okay, thank you.
Item 4.03 requests the board's approval to amend an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield to provide the district's health maintenance organization medical plan for all eligible employees, retirees, and dependents. The original term of the agreement began on January 1st, 2019, continuing through December 31st, 2019. The amended term will be from January 1st, 2019, continuing through December 31st, 2020, with two options to renew for 1 year each at a total cost not to exceed $14 million annually. This agreement was part of a joint purchasing agreement with the Chicago Housing Authority. Item 4.04 requests the board's approval to renew an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield to provide claim administrative services for the district's preferred provider organization medical plan for all employees, retirees, and dependents. The renewal term will begin on January 1st, 2020, and end on December 31st, 2020, at a total cost not to exceed $1 million annually, with two options to renew for 1 year each. This agreement was part of a joint purchasing agreement with the Chicago Public Schools. Item 4.05 requests the board's approval to renew an agreement with Blue Cross Blue Shield to provide claim administrative services for the district's dental plan for all eligible employees, retirees, and dependents. The renewal term will begin on January 1st, 2020, and end on December 31st, 2020, at a total cost not to exceed $120,000 annually, with two options to renew for 1 year each. This agreement was part of a joint purchasing agreement with the Chicago Public Schools.
Perfect, thank you. And Associate Vice Chancellor, anything? Okay, going back to 5.00 and 5.01.
Yes. Item 5.00 requests the board's authority for the monthly job order contractor construction projects to be performed by the listed contractors. Board Report 33312 authorized the utilization of JOC as a construction delivery method to perform renovation services, deferred maintenance, and repairs. This month's report lists 7 projects for a total not to exceed amount of $418,910.94. Item 5.01 requests the board's authority for the monthly electrical low voltage job order contractor construction project list to be performed by the listed contractors. Board Report 33705 authorized the utilization of JOC as a construction delivery method to perform low voltage electrical improvements, maintenance, and repairs. This month's report lists 2 projects for a total not to exceed amount of $61,418.74.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. General Counsel Goen, please review item 6.00, the payment of legal invoices.
Item 6 Item 6 requests approval of legal invoices totaling $197,236,000.70. Such invoices cover litigation, corporate, labor, and higher education matters.
Okay, any questions? We're good? Okay, thank you, everyone. May I please have a motion to discharge the December 5th, 2019 board packet, inclusive of the resolutions, personnel items, resource development report, agreements, purchases, and legal invoices included on today's committee agenda as a part of the consent agenda to the December 5th, 2019 regular board meeting.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carried. Okay, thank you. And now, in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act, the board may hold a closed session for the discussion of matters related to a number of specified topics. Today's closed session will be for the discussion of matters related to 2C11, litigation when an action against an affecting or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable for imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of the closed meeting. May I please have a motion to go into closed session with a roll call vote?
So moved.
Second.
Do it, roll call?
Chair Massey?
Yes.
Trustee Tallman?
Yes.
Trustee Williams?
Yes.
Vice Chair Swanson?
Yes. Thank you. Let the record show that closed session motion has been approved, and we will be back. Thank you all. No action was taken in closed session. So since there's no further business to come before this board committee today, may I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion carried. We are adjourned. Thank you. I know.
Thank you. The December 5th, 2019 regular board meeting of the City Colleges of Chicago is now called to order. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Will the Assistant Secretary call the roll?
Vice Chair Swanson,
Present.
Secretary Duque,
Present.
Trustee Tallman,
Present.
Here.
Chair Massey.
Here. The record shows that in accordance with the Illinois Public Community Colleges Act and the Illinois Open Meetings Act, we do have a quorum. So good afternoon again. I guess this has been shown on YouTube. So for those of you who are watching that, welcome. And welcome to those of you who are here with us at Harold Washington College. I hope everyone had an enjoyable Thanksgiving, holiday weekend, and we're winding down the year. And I hope everyone has a wonderful set of holidays for the rest of the year. I want to start by thanking everyone who's involved in planning for and who attended the 7 Strong Gala. Well, this wonderful work that was done there. The first one was very impressive, but I think the second one was moved even beyond what we might have expected. My wife and I, Shirley, had a table and we had guests, and several of the couples had not been to one of those and knew about the community colleges, but didn't know a lot, and they really left impressed. So I think this made a big hit. So Eric, your team, everybody's team, chancellors, I think we're off to another good start with the 7 Strong Gala. I know there were several other trustees there. Would any of you like to say anything about the gala?
I thought it was fabulous.
I think that sums it up. Okay, thank you. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge our new Chief Talent Officer, who was welcome at the committee meeting, but I want to welcome you to the full board meeting, Carol Dunning, who started last week. Ms. Dunning, welcome aboard, and we look forward to working with you. Since the last meeting, I had the pleasure and the opportunity to meet with all of the 7 colleges presidents, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to go out of your way to meet with me and for the wonderful feedback you gave me, and which I will share with the board, as I said I would, for those excellent conversations. And finally, I want to conclude my remarks by noting that we will not be meeting in January. Our next full board meeting will be on February 13th. We're not taking a long vacation, I wish we were, but in fact, in early January of next year, we will be having a retreat. And this is something we've done before, and we're going to make it an annual activity in which the board does a self-evaluation as part of our ongoing professional development training. And that will be on January 10th at Malcolm X College. We will be joined by representatives of the Illinois Community College Trustees Association, who in fact will facilitate our retreat, prepare background and materials, and help us carry it out. And I think we're all looking forward to it. Our first retreat was a success. We learned a great deal about things we could do to improve and how we could make our contributions to the community colleges even more effective. And I want to thank in advance all the trustees for blocking out, which will be practically an all-day meeting on January 10th. And now, student trustee Alexander, please give your report.
Thank you, Chair Massey. I want to start my report by referencing Women Degrees, an organization partnered with City Colleges. They've initiated a student advisory council composed of current scholars and alumni from across the city to share their personal experiences and
suggestions on how to advance the organization. OMD intends to keep advancing in the areas of workforce readiness, student preparedness to transition to four-year universities, scholar development sessions, and individualized scholar mentorship. This group met for the second time yesterday, and I'm eagerly awaiting what's to come from them. At this time of the year, students are contending with one of their greatest obstacles to their success, if you will, finals. And recognizing this, many student government associations from across the district have orchestrated de-stressing initiatives for students to help support their success, in addition to some initiatives specific to each college. At Wilbur Wright, the college, the SGA, in partnership with many departments, are working on bringing a child care center to that campus. They're exploring ways to bridge communication with faculty and students for many of their initiatives, and one of which they've just wrapped up, their Spirit Week events. They plan on launching a new program, new programming in the spring, and they're gauging students to see what issues are most important to them for their involvement in helping to advance the institution. They also noted that they thanked Chancellor Salgado for visiting their campus recently and connecting with the students there. At Kennedy King College, this Student Government Association is hosting a formal winter ball today, December 5th. They've invited all campus, people from all across the district, to this event, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they have done. They're also working with their new Wellness Center director about establishing dispensaries for personal hygiene products and contraceptives for students. At Truman, in partnership with the Greater Food Chicago Depository, their team managed to bag a total of 1,743 bags of food equaling over 5,000 pounds. They managed this with a total of 10 volunteers, and for each volunteer they received $10 for the food pantry at the college. Truman was also given the District Award for College of the Year, and they were recognized for their volunteer efforts and their parade appearance. At Olive Harvey College, there was a Veterans Day luncheon, and there was a celebration for the birthday of the campus's namesake, Milton Lee Oliver. His family also attended, and they received a recognition at the event. The association facilitated its first annual Thanksgiving basket giveaway. They enlisted the support of the campus's student services, faculty, and administration to celebrate Thanksgiving. They had baskets filled with non-perishable holiday food items. They were able to provide over 10 baskets to the student body through a drawing. The Olive Harvey's African American Student Association had a guest speaker, Hunter Adams III, visit the campus and present to students about empowering themselves in areas of financial literacy and positive self-promotion. At Daly College, yesterday, December 4th, there was a big Christmas caroling event and many candy cane giveaways celebrating the upcoming holiday. An annual Stress Buster event held by Phi Theta Kappa, and the local honor society is also going to have elections for new incoming officers. At Daly, they're also going to be reinstating some murals that, to my understanding, were there but were taken down. They want these murals to be of, they're instituting 7 strong murals for 7 strong women to stand as role models for the students at the college. Also, today is the first day of their newly instituted bystander intervention training, tailored to get students involved in supporting each other when they foresee that anything harmful is coming in the way of their fellow students. At Malcolm X College, these past 2 days, the SGA has held a breakfast for students and faculty to de-stress for finals, and it also laid the foundation for students to receive valuable information on the growing resources available to them at the college. A very large Thanksgiving feast was held just before the Thanksgiving holiday, and it was an extremely successful event to bring the local campus together in solidarity. At our recent DSGA meeting, we were joined by the Provost Potter, and this was in reference to the CCC tuition forum presentation on strategies to manage tuition down the road for our students. The basic takeaway from this meeting was that we were going to refocus efforts to inform and involve our students on the coming changes in tuition and focus on how these changes will improve the institution for students, our primary stakeholder for our institution. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And now Chancellor Salgado, please.
Thank you, Chair Massey, and thank you, Trustee Alexander, for your leadership. I had a chance to be out at Malcolm X as well with Student Government Association, and I just want to make it abundantly clear, having gone to almost all the SGAs already this fall, being a little more than 2 years into that, the health of our city from a leadership standpoint is something to look forward to when you look at the health of our leadership within our Student Government Association. And so, for those, I know campus leaders that get a chance to interact with our student leaders, it's something that I think we're all very grateful, right, that this leadership is developing within our city. So thank you to you, the rest of the DSGA members as well. I want to welcome our new Chief Talent Officer, Carol Dunny. Carol, thank you for joining CCC. I know you've got a lot of work to do, as we all do as well. I also want to call your attention to the recommendation of a new president for Harold Washington College. Dr. Daniel Lopez will be among today's board reports. Dr. Lopez currently serves as Vice President of Student Affairs at Northeastern Illinois University, an Hispanic serving institution with 9,000 students. Like the students he would serve, Dr. Lopez is a first-generation college student. In fact, this role will be a homecoming for him, as he earned his associate's degree from Harold Washington College before going on to earn a bachelor's degree, master's, and doctorate. Dr. Lopez also conducted his graduate practicum at Truman College's Counseling Center, and he served in his early career as a member of the admissions team at Harold. I'm confident Dr. Lopez's more than 25 years of higher education experience, doubled with his strong understanding of our student population, prepares him well to make important strides in our student success, enrollment, and equity work. I'd really like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to Dr. Peggy Corrales. Peggy is not, where's she? She's there you are, okay. Peggy, please stand for a minute. Okay. Peggy, on a moment's notice, picked up what she was doing, came over here to Harold Washington, has been caretaking for this institution, will continue to caretake it until Dr. Daniel Lopez gets here. Actually hasn't lost momentum with what she was doing in her previous role, as in some respects kept on with both roles. And I couldn't thank you more for the work that you've done and the contributions that you're making to the district. So thank you. I also want to thank the search committee members for their diligent efforts over the last few months. We had a more compressed time frame than we usually do, but we gave it the equal amount of attention that we would give to any search process, and we followed the same process, including one thing that is important to me is I go back to every search committee and I walk through my decision making with the search committee. I explain to them why I'm making the decision that I'm making. I take any questions that the search committee has for me. It's an extra step, but I believe an important step, a step that I will continue to take as long as I'm chancellor here at City Colleges of Chicago. And so, so I want to thank them. I did thank them a few days ago, and it's appropriate to thank all of the search members that have participated in these search committees over the course of last few years. As you know, it's been a busy last half of the semester. You know, as busy it is for us, we're never as busy as our students. You know, our students have a lot to do. If you know anything about Trustee Alexander's calendar on a daily and weekly basis, you'd understand this. But as I said earlier, I've had a wonderful time meeting with the SGAs at our colleges, getting out as well into the community. We started something new called College Cafes, where I'm going out to talk to families about city colleges. We want to reach our students, but we also want to talk to our families and communities about the work that we're doing. As you know, we did the presentations about strategic enrollment management plans at last board meeting. We have now posted those online. If you're interested in looking at those, you can go to www.ccc.edu/SEM, and you can view the strategic enrollment management plans. One of the common elements in those plans are the centers of excellence. And so today we will hear from 3 of our college presidents and our deputy provost about the opportunities that centers of excellence provide for us. I also, as Chair Massey pointed out, want to take a moment to commend our team on the second 7 Strong benefit, which, by the way, raised more than $900,000 for City College of Chicago, and it's only its second year. So to Eric Lugo, our Executive Vice Chancellor, and to Rhonda Brown, the new president of our CCC Foundation, and everyone who contributed to the event, you know, I really want to thank you. It's one thing to have a first benefit that's successful. It's a whole other thing to have a second one. The second one really marks that you have staying power and that you have growing power. And we have staying and growing power and a presence. And the event is not just about money. You know, for those of you that went, it's about telling our story. It's about our students telling their story. It's about our city feeling who we are, knowing who we are, and coming in behind us to support us, support our students. And so Mayor Lightfoot attended as an honorary co-chair, and I want to point out that it was the last day of the Springfield session. So I know what her day was like and continued to be at that moment, and yet she continued to carve out the time to be there. I want to thank the trustees of the foundation board as well. We have a foundation and a foundation board for their efforts, and for our event co-chairs and their leadership as well. Just a few days after the benefit, we held another very positive event at Kennedy College called Partnership Matters, that recognized the work that is made possible through our relationships with the city's rich network of community and nonprofit partners. You heard Trustee Alexander speak about 1 Million Degrees and the impact that 1 Million Degrees is having in partnership with us. 1 Million Degrees was one of those partners that we featured. We have many of those partners, and we are continuing to work with those partners to ensure that the richness that they can provide to our students is complemented in every way with the work that we're doing here at City Colleges. Some of this partnership was highlighted in the Chicago Tribune piece that came out on Thanksgiving, which addressed how we're meeting our students' need out of the classrooms. The piece focused on how we met our goal this year of opening permanent food pantries at all of our colleges. It also showcased the One Truman Closet, Truman College's clothing donation room. I am pleased to note that the closet has heard from Tribune readers reaching out to donate further. And I understand winter gear is still very much needed, so in this season of giving, we're encouraging you to think about the Truman Closet and send what I understand the most important thing, which is our winter jackets. Lastly, in this season of giving thanks and looking forward to a new year, I want to end today by saying thank you to our faculty, our staff, the board, for working so hard each day to help ensure we support our students in their goals. And I want to thank our students for simply being who they are and for believing that they're going to persist well into the future because they are. So thank you and have a happy holiday.
Thank you, Chancellor. How does one contribute to the closet? What's the process? Can somebody tell us? Well, could you find out and tell us that?
We also have a collection box at 180 at the district office, Chair Massey, as well.
Would you send trustees that information?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we will have public participation. So we have 3 requests for public participation today. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium here, where you will have up to 4 minutes to make remarks on the subject that you indicated in your communication to the board office. The Assistant Board Secretary will notify you when you've used up 3 minutes, so you'll have time to bring your remarks to a close. Assistant Secretary Kane, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Massey. When I call your name, please proceed to the podium, and then I will call the person following that, so you're prepared to come to the podium. So first, James Thomas from SGA President Olive Harvey, followed by Carlos Aulette.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is James Thompson, Student Government President of Olive Harvey. This is my first semester as the President of Olive Harvey at SGA, So I'm going to go more in depth with our report that happened pretty much this past month. So SGA, we hosted our second club day, and we're in the development of 2 new clubs, the Gaming Club and the Poetry Club. The Gaming Club would pretty much consist of taking apart PCs, putting them together, as well as building game systems and all that good stuff. Also, Phi Theta Kappa, we had an induction. We inducted 51 new members, which is by far the largest for our induction for the Lambda Iota in the last 13 years. So I'm actually proud of them for that. Brothers of Distinction and Professor Delgado, they had a Learn to Play Chess event, which was a great success. It pretty much teaches you how to strategize, and it's actually helpful because it helps you move through life if you know how to play chess. We also had our annual Brownstone Burial poetry reading, and our very own SGA, Destiny Rodriguez, the secretary, she gave a poem about self-love, and I'd like to thank the chancellor for attending that as well, and the president of Olive Harvey was there as well. Chroma Art Club, they have a weekly painting with Bob Ross to pretty much, and to let students know that the artistic skills can be used to relieve stress. SGA has also collaborated with Career Services to hold 2 professional development workshops to help students understand the value of professionalism in the workplace. And that was to lead up to the Pepsi Company hiring event, which was November 20th, and we just had a career fair just yesterday actually, and that was a great success. So our initiative at Olive Harvey for Spring 2020 is financial literacy. And we're preparing to do that by collaborating with the business office to inform students of the importance of how to manage and maintain a budget. We're also with Career Service and Transfer to give students insight and benefits of solid scholarships and how to look for scholarships. This is important to the SGA Olive Harvey because financial problems have reached an epidemic proportion in our city. 3 major issues are funding the city's massive pension shortfall, including the upcoming transition of base funding, a persistent structural deficit, a chronic high debt for the Black and brown community. This epidemic hurts individuals and communities alike, not just the Black and brown, but pretty much all over. We can pull everybody in this. During the spring 2020, we plan to have several financial literacy workshops to combat these issues
1 minute, please.
that we struggle with in our community. While these workshops are geared for college students, they will be open to the public and everyone else involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Carlos Aulette, Vice President of ASME 3506, followed by Alice McGrath.
Would it be possible for me to go before Carlos? I think he's going to be a hard act to follow.
Chair Massey?
Yes, of course.
Thank you so much.
appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Members of the board, Chancellor Salgado, good afternoon. I've taught English as a second language for more than 30 years. I have been a big booster of city colleges, and I'm tremendously proud of our work in adult education. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you about a problem caused by the new placement guidelines for ESL students, which require them to be placed according to CASAS test scores only. This is not ideal. It is not a best practice. These test scores tend to place beginning students at too high a level. It's really rare to see beginning students place below 190, and a few lucky clicks on the multiple choice test can take them over 200 when they cannot even understand or speak at all in English. So those students, according to this new, metrics only system, could be placed in level 4 when they really should be in 1 and 2. And I'm here to request that registrars for ESL students have flexibility in our placement practices, which should not be dictated only by numbers. Our managers, coordinators, and teachers have worked collectively over the years to improve and to fine-tune our placement process to serve students better. Traditionally, our registration processes are a more comprehensive evaluation of the students. In fact, an adult education approved professional development course requires 7 important areas for student learning. And let me remind you that the CASAS test assesses only one of them. Therefore, the new registration process dictated to us is in direct contradiction of best practices training guidelines, district approved. Holistic placement is more accurate placement and leads to better outcomes. Best practice, students must be placed by a mix of reading, writing, speaking, listening, and even other factors, while taking into account, many of our students have a high level of education, most of them do not. Many of our students are refugees who've been through traumatic situations. Placing them by one single click, click, click reading test is just not a best practice. On behalf of my fellow teachers and myself, I request that you consider our years of experience as we register students and place them in appropriate levels of ESL classes. I just heard you say that partnership matters, and I do agree. We
1 minute,
request
please.
that management consult with us because we are stakeholders with years of experience that some members of leadership do not have. And we would like to be consulted on these kinds of matters. Our students are not just numbers. They deserve to be put into the right class where they can learn most effectively. Thank you so much.
Okay, my name is Carlos Howlett. I am the Vice President of ASME Local 35. I'm here representing our President, George Rabanas, and collectively the members of our local citywide. I'm glad to hear that you're going on a retreat. Those are always a good thing, and I'm hoping that I contribute for things that you can reflect on your retreat. So I begin. The city colleges have been funded and tasked to undertake efficient and effective measures to deliver exceptional learning opportunities and educational services for diverse urban learners and to be a place of equity and hope of second chances and promise for our communities. While well-meaning people who want a better Chicago should not only talk about the root causes that have led to the creation of educational challenges for our students, but also reflect on why this institution, these city colleges have yet to tackle them effectively. Your students, teachers, and tangible human beings who do not wish to be just recipients of verbal support or wishful thinking that expires by the end of the interview or the meeting. Indeed, one cannot deny that city colleges have launched many administrative careers. Yet failing to tackle these challenges effectively has, in turn, further aggravated worrying phenomena such as lack of opportunity for working-class families, neighborhoods, violence, police brutality, chronic miscommunication, miseducation, and unskilled labor force, ongoing marginalization, and city abandonment. Mr. Chairman, leaving aside the strengths and weaknesses, successes, and failures of this and/or previous administrations, and despite diverging aspirations with conflicting interests, we should rise to meet our shared responsibility and collectively strengthen our support and commitment to our students. I was particularly touched by the massive presence of our students at the last board meeting, and their sincere calls of worry and concern aptly expressed to the media as regards to the effects of the Chancellor and the Associate Vice Chancellor recent experimentation. I wish to stress most strongly our union and faculty's full dedication and support to any effort of this board that would benefit our students. For a whole year, and while in secrecy, this administration was preparing their machination. Our teachers, with minimum support and understaffed in most of the colleges, were able to remove us from ICC probation. It makes you wonder what we could achieve if we, with a collaborative effort and a modicum of support by the current administration. I do not intend to embark on a blame game, yet I am not allowed, and the dignity of our teachers dictates not to do so, to accept the blackmail tactics and the attempts to force our side of, to betray our professionalism, experience, and expertise for the sake of blind obedience as to advance leadership careers and goals. Is it possible for the efforts of the faculty to succeed while the Chancellor is violating the rights of the faculty and our students? Is it possible to move forward without accountability, transparency, and having to deal with his overpaid legal team that borrowed from the corporate sector? As I speak to you, our students come face to face with a faculty that is confronted in an increasingly aggressive positioning of this administration that has no regard for labor law, no regard for institutional traditions and best practice, whose interest is the Chancellor protecting when he claims that students should learn in half the previous time? Whose interest is he protecting when he spends more time trying to limit our professional input and redact our funding? Okay, so I will abandon this, but I want to say is that we're being micromanaged, things are getting tense, and we're also going to intend to increase. I have some papers here I'd like to serve the board with that we have filed on labor practice. On labor practice. Here it is, okay?
Okay, I want to thank all of our public speakers. And I'm not being dismissive. The board does listen to these, and we try to follow up on remarks that are made. So I do thank you for taking the time to come down and report on your concerns to the board. Thank you. So we will now move on to the district update. We will be hearing Presidents Hollingsworth, Janowski, and Sanders, Olive Harvey, Daley, and Malcolm X colleges, respectively, about centers of excellence.
Hi. Do you have a PowerPoint? There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stacia Edwards, the Deputy Provost, and today we're going to talk about the Centers of Excellence. So I'm going to give you a really high-level brief overview, and then we're going to have our presidents give you context about what this means for them in their Centers of Excellence, and give you plenty of time for questions and answers. Make sense? So the Centers of Excellence are a big part of the ecosystem of City Colleges of Chicago. And as you know, we have 7 comprehensive colleges. And the Centers of Excellence are really to ensure that we have pathways to economic mobility and that connect to those industries where there's high demand occupations and there's growth. We have developed a framework for our colleges to use to really evaluate the health of these centers. And that framework includes quality, innovation, partnerships, and access. At the center is equity, because we want to make sure that we have equitable outcomes for both our students and also for our communities. When we think about quality, we're talking about things like subject matter expertise and making sure that we have relevant programs so that the students can connect well with the industry. When we think about innovation, it's not only about having programming that's relevant today, but it's about looking ahead and making sure that we have programming in place so the students will be able to add value when they get into the labor market. Access is key because we want to make sure that all Chicagoans have access to these programs and also that our employers have access to our students throughout the city. And finally, partnerships. Partnerships are really at the core. And we want to make sure that we have strong advisory councils and that also delivers us the opportunity for work-based learning so that those students can actually seamlessly connect into the labor market. With the Centers of Excellence, what we're hoping is that it's a single point of entry for an employer or a student to get the information that they're looking for when they want to connect with the industry. So at this point, I would like to introduce our three presidents that are going to talk today. President Janoski from Daly College, President Sanders from Malcolm X, and President Hollingsworth. President Janoski.
Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak with you today. Trustees, thank you. At Daly College, we're focused on advanced manufacturing and engineering. And what we talk about at the college is we're really focused on from, to, and with. And what do we mean by that? We're focused on from Chicago to Chicago, but doing things with Chicago. That motto is what we use in terms of our Center of Excellence in Advanced Manufacturing and Engineering. We work with the community to understand what the needs are, both from the schools, from industry, also from government, and from trade organizations. And we work with our students so that they're able to secure the jobs that they come to us to be skilled to secure. So we can talk about quality, and we have quality in terms of not only advisory councils, but also standards of the industry that are integral in what we teach and what our students learn. We can talk about innovation, and we can talk about the other ways that we look at our Center of Excellence. But let me take just a few seconds and focus on partnerships. Because when we think about from, to, and with Chicago, our Center of Excellence is born through partnerships. We have partnerships with the school districts, especially Chicago Public Schools. We have early childhood programs, and we also have credit-bearing programs for high school and college. We have partnerships with community organizations, including special weekend programs where students come to us to secure a credential by focusing only on the time of the weekend during a specific week's program, and those are with community organizations. We have partnerships with trade organizations so that we provide those certificates for our students to be work-ready for various industries, electricity, welding, and many others. We have relationships with trade organizations in terms of apprenticeships that they offer and us offering academic programs. So our Center of Excellence is a Center of Excellence that is housed at Daly, and we're the lead for that center, but we also work with other sister campuses in city colleges, especially Wright College. But as I had shared, the core of the success of our program, our Center of Excellence, is born through partnerships and working with each of those industries, each of those school districts, each of those community organizations to not only put together the programs that are going to make our students challenged in the way that they need to be challenged, but secured to move out into the workforce. And I'll leave you with just this thought. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to talk to two of our students who had just received a job offer from what is called SNC Electric within Chicago. And that is fantastic that they're just ready to graduate and they already have a paid job offer. Because through those partnerships,
We not only work with the industries, work with the businesses to secure the programs and train our students, educate our students in those programs, but we work with them so they walk out career ready, and most times, like these two students that I'm sharing with you, with a job offer in their hand to secure right after they graduate. So thank you. I'd love to answer any questions you might have and also to share more specifics.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. I'm Dave Sanders, and I'm the president of Malcolm X College, as you know, and our Center of Excellence is healthcare. One of the three pillars that Malcolm X has been built upon for the last several years are quality, assessment evaluation, and equity. Quality is, you've often heard of quality of instruction, but we believe that quality needs to operate at least in three venues or three areas. And one of those, obviously, is instruction, but two others that are as important are the quality of our operations, as well as the quality of our learning environment. So we've worked very hard to ensure that the quality of our operations reflects the excellence that we want in our programs. You can't expect people to come to your institution when they come there, they see something that doesn't reflect what you are marketing they're going to receive. The other thing that they need to have is a learning environment that is conducive to learning, so that when we bring students in, the students feel that they are supported in every aspect of their education so that they can achieve their objective. And we've worked very hard on those three pillars, on those three principles as far as quality is concerned, to ensure that Malcolm X delivers on what we have promised we would deliver on, and that is a quality education. Assessment and evaluation is that second pillar. And it's not just in the classroom. We know that our faculty, and we have fantastic faculty at Malcolm X, but at a course level, they do assessment every single day. But what are we doing on a program level or an institutional level to ensure that every program provides a student with the baseline that they need in order for them to be successful? What are those supports? Are they actually working? So we need to be assessing them and evaluating them, but not only looking at what's wrong, but how do we come up with a resolution that's going to help students to be successful? This is something that we've incorporated into our values every single day. That's really important to our faculty and staff, because if at the end of the day it's all about students, then we ought to be transparent and looking at ourselves and saying, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? And how can we make it better? And the last thing is equity. What I've learned, I've learned it from watching our students every single day, is every single student can learn. There's not one single student that cannot learn in our environment. We just got to find a way to connect with them. A lot of times it's not cognitive issues. It are those other non-cognitive issues that are impacting them from being successful. How do we address those? How do we address those barriers that are stopping them from being successful? That's what we're focused on. We want to make sure that every student knows that we're there for them, that they don't have to walk away from their education because of a problem that they're having with funding, or a problem with their car, or with housing, or whatever the problem may be. We need them to know that we're there to help them. So the programs that you see, or that were on the screen, that we have at Malcolm X, are really derived from those three pillars. We're trying to drive and ensure that students have quality, that they have partnerships that help them and support them, that those partnerships are so engrossed within our environment and our culture that they know that students coming out of those programs are quality students because they've seen them, they've worked with them, and they've helped us to develop our programs. That they're innovative, that we are looking for different ways of approaching the needs that students have, and we're doing that in a collaborative way, in an inclusive way. So we're not just doing it from the administrative level, but we're doing it with our faculty and our staff, and they're helping us to look at how we can do things differently so that students ultimately are successful. And, you know, a lot of the programs that we're pushing out are about access. We realize that Malcolm X has a new campus and all of that, and we've got good programs, but what are we doing to those students who cannot make it to Malcolm X? So instead of driving them to come to us, we're going to drive to go to them and find ways of connecting in new communities and new areas with programming that is going to help students to achieve exactly what they want to achieve, and that is the American dream.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Hollingsworth, the president at Olive Harvey College.
Our Center of Excellence is Transportation, Distribution, and Logistics. I know it's a mouthful, not very sexy. But philosophically, we all have our own personal mantras about our institution and what we can deliver. One of the personal mantras for us at Olive Harvey College most recently is putting the community back into community colleges. It's on our reader board. It's something that we talk about every day at our institution because our focus is our service area, and we service a great deal of second chance citizens. And letting those individuals know that Olive Harvey College is an institution that welcomes second chance and reentry citizens. And a lot of our programming is focused around that, not primarily, but absolutely accessible to that group of citizens. For those who don't know, we opened our facility this past fall. It's a 103,000 square foot facility, state of the art. We offer supply chain management and logistics, forklift training, auto and diesel technology, taxi, limo, and defensive driving, aviation maintenance technology, specifically in the area of sheet metal. And so when we talk about quality, what we're looking to do is to move forward with our NATEP certification. We want our programs to be recognized by industry, so we will be seeking ASC and NATEP certification so that our students will graduate with a seal of approval. This spring, and I think we've kind of talked about this already, and I really would like to thank the trustees for allowing myself and Eric Lugo an opportunity to socialize our cannabis program. When we look at education from a social equity lens, we know that our population, particularly those students of color, have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. So we're really excited about the launch of our new cannabis dispensary operations program. I know that we said we'd be offering this to a cohort of 40, but if you've watched the news recently, Oakton Community College did a press conference, and they have about 100 students currently in their program with 400 students on their wait list. So we know that in the city of Chicago that opportunity is even larger and greater. And so we're excited about being able to offer this opportunity to our service area. When we talk about access, one thing that we really like to leverage is our mobile classroom. We received a $500,000 grant from Chase, and we have utilized that to purchase the mobile classroom. We're talking about taking the walls off of education and being able to provide some of our certificate programs to the community. Specifically, we'll be delivering our supply chain management and logistics program, but we have recently received a number of inquiries about our cannabis program. So not only will students be able to come to our institution to take the courses, we'll be able to take our basic certificate to the community, and we think that's really important from an academic perspective. When we talk about innovation and looking into the future, one thing, I think Eric Lugo has become my best friend. We spend a lot of time together brainstorming and thinking of new and innovative programming for the district, specifically for Olive Harvey College. As you know, we have our aviation maintenance and technology program, sheet metal, but we would like to offer an aviation maintenance technology A&P program. Right now, our sheet metal program is only offered through continuing education, and it's really for lower entry-level jobs. Those students, if they're able to come and get an A&P certificate and or degree, then their opportunities are immense. So we're really excited about exploring that. We've been talking to a lot of different institutions and business partners, and there's a tremendous opportunity in that regard based on the growth in that field over the next 20 years. So we think that Olive Harvey College is really poised to really make a change in the lives of the students that we serve. So thank you for an opportunity for us to share a little bit about our centers of excellence. And if you have any questions for us, we'd like to take those now.
First of all, I apologize, Vice Provost. I forgot to introduce you.
It's okay.
You did a better job than I would have. Questions from trustees. I'll start. We heard some time ago about a possible partnership, Olive Harvey, with an aviation repair company. I can't remember the details.
Are you referring to, is that AAR?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes,
So
we
what's
are
happening
partnering with
there?
AAR currently, and that's through our aviation maintenance technology program for sheet metal.
So that worked out?
Yes, so this is our second cohort.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Other questions?
No, I thought the presentations was wonderful. It's a lot of interesting and innovative programs that are happening at the colleges. So I appreciate you taking the time to explain everything to us. I guess my question revolves around enrollment. So I love the Centers of Excellence, but maybe you can kind of talk to us about how this is going to help with enrollment at your individual colleges, because obviously that's an issue that we've been discussing as a board in terms of how do we increase the enrollment at city colleges.
So, can I start? Is that
Sure.
okay? We had, as a college, done an enrollment management plan. I had tasked our dean and our faculty within advanced manufacturing and engineering to do the same specifically for those two disciplines. So they had spent quite a long time thinking about what can be opportunities for us regarding enrollment that we weren't currently leveraging. So you're probably aware that our enrollment now is about 200 students, and our goal is to get to 800 students in approximately 3 years. We have not only tracked our opportunities for doing that along different industries, like what education or CPS schools as well as Catholic schools might provide new opportunities for us, and we have a team deployed to already start those conversations, especially our early college program. We have done the same for every one of our potential feeders. So we have another team that is tasked with reaching out to industry to work for the incumbent worker and what that might afford to us. And that already has been garnering success for us. We had a meeting yesterday with TMA, with the Meta workers, and the opportunities to work with their apprenticeship program to provide the academic basis of those programs. So we believe with this new enrollment management plan that we have done specifically for advanced manufacturing and engineering, going down each of those different feeders for us, from schools all the way down to local government, that we're going to reach that goal that we had set for about 800 students in 3 years. It's a different way to deploy teams and deploy faculty, but they're all on board, because we are talking about, we definitely want our center to be filled in a way that it currently isn't filled, so that we're thinking more about how do we do cohort models. May I provide additional information for you, or?
No, that was great.
Thank you.
And so, like Daly College, we too are really working closely with Chicago Public Schools. We feel that our largest opportunity is with our early college programming. The only issue with that is that the students in our service area typically don't score at the college level. So what we're doing is a lot of boot camp and remediation of those students while they're still in high school, so that they will qualify for our programs. Because although they're transportation, distribution, and logistics, they also require English 101. And understanding that students, if they can't make it to English 101, they'll never make it to our program. So we're trying to address that head on. We're also considering a 2+2 program with the auto and diesel programs at Chicago Public Schools as well as at Thornwood High School in the suburbs. So CVCA, Chicago Vocational Career Academy, has a very strong auto and diesel technology program, and we feel like that would be a great feeder and pipeline for our students relative to enrollment into our auto and diesel technology program. It goes unsaid that cannabis hopefully will grow. No pun intended, will grow exponentially just because of the interest and the fact that it will become legal in January. So we think that that opportunity is tremendous just based upon the state of affairs in the state of Illinois. So we too have a strategic enrollment management plan primarily focused around our Center of Excellence to ensure that our enrollment is where we would like to see it. Our capacity is about 400 students. We're nowhere near that at this point. Again, we did just open in August, but do have a very strong plan in place to address that.
Well, Malcolm X is doing pretty well in enrollment. We actually have led the entire state of Illinois in enrollment growth by over 2,000% over the state average. But the good news is that we still feel that there's an opportunity to grow more. So what you'll see in the Centers of Excellence plan is we have some prospects on a partnership on the south side of Chicago that we believe will bring in another up to 250 students over the course of the next 18 months, or at least once it opens. As you know, we have expanded a West Side Learning Center. We built 2 biolabs there. We had 4 full classes of students there, and this this upcoming semester, we have a partnership with 2 high schools that are going to do dual enrollment classes at West Side Learning Center. We have the MAP program, the Medical Assistant Pathway Program, which, as you may be aware, is a partnership with 4 hospitals that allows us to work with incumbent workers and give them a turnkey program for them to become a medical assistant. That program is being requested to be scaled over the course of the next year to at least 100 in medical assisting, but they also want us to look at other program pathways that are still under review right now. So we think the future is bright. We think there's some tremendous opportunities for students. We've had the benefit of, since 2014, of really doing a deep dive in our programs and looking at what was working and what wasn't working. I think that has been the foundation that's helped us to be successful. And so we look forward to it. Last but not least, we have a partnership with our sister colleges, Olive Harvey, as well as Wright College, to do the B&A program with adult education. We feel like that is a tremendous opportunity for students that will give them a job opportunity as well as some significant training. These are the kind of things that we've got to continue to do, and we're going to continue to do. The chancellor has asked us to do that. We agree with them wholeheartedly. But the one thing we want to do is ensure that it's done with quality. And we want to make sure that it has sustaining power and that at the end of the day, students are saying that they achieved their objectives.
Thank you. I really appreciated the presentations, very informative and very exciting from my point of view. I'm wondering, and I recognize that these programs are probably different in terms of how long they've been around, and I'm wondering, do we have the capacity to track what happens to the students once they leave? You gave the great anecdotal examples of students who connected to jobs right away. Are we able to track both attainment and their retention in the kinds of jobs that we're trying to direct them to?
I'll start. Yes and no. So the yes part of that is these new partnerships that we're doing have that embedded tracking within them, so it allows us to get the data back, and that's critical, especially as it relates to our job placement response numbers and our responsibility there. We are working diligently to ensure that we connect the partners with our organizations so that we can get that data, because there's really no way for us to force students, once they leave the program, to let us know that they've got a job. We ask them to do that. Of course, we try to build those strong relationships so they will do that. But there's no structure that makes that happen, right? So what we're really focusing on is, as we build these partnerships, and we're doing a lot of MOUs to kind of outline what we want on the back end and showing them how beneficial this is to them, because the more feedback we get from our partners, the better we're able to craft the programs, revise the programs, and ensure they're relevant to them as they complete the program and are ready to go into the workplace.
Yeah, thank you.
I would echo the sentiments of President Sanders. It's really difficult to track. I think that's why the partnerships are so important in our advisory boards, because when we can connect them to our partners for jobs, then we can get that information more readily available. But aside from that, we've been really aggressive using our career planning and placement to kind of find where our graduates are going and be in place. So.
Okay, that's
And
helpful.
we have the same approach. We do it for the students that are just completing either a certificate or a degree program, but we're thinking about processes for us to do that once they leave us, especially that second job once they leave us. Because many of our students are interested in the ladder and what they can do in terms of leadership. So once they go to that second job after they leave us, we're finding that's really difficult to get in touch with them and to track them. So we're looking at it, but I haven't solved that yet. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I particularly appreciate the fact that you would take the time to talk to us about the Centers of Excellence, which is something that we've seen develop over the last few years. I particularly applaud the work that is being done with incumbent workers. I think that that's an area that is quite ripe across. When I think about the 3 industries that your institutions cover, I particularly follow the Medical Assistance Pathway Program, but just across the board, the manufacturing all of it. I think it's really, really great. So thank you and congratulations on that. I look forward to getting ongoing feedback and reports on how that work is developing, and also to Trustee Tellman's point, the enrollment, right? Because we can have the best programs in place, but if people are not benefiting from them, then it's not worth it. So, but my question to you was going back to President Hollingworth's mention of second chance students. And one question I have for each of the presidents is, what types of barriers to entry currently exist for justice and formerly justice involved students to enter? I mean, I think medical programs stand out, and I know that the state of Illinois recently passed legislation to make it easier for these students to enter these industries, but can you speak to that?
Yeah, so for Olive Harvey, it really runs the gamut, and fortunately, we do offer programs that are very forgiving. Particularly for CDL, though, our students typically have really bad driving records and don't realize that when they attempt to enter into a CDL program, that you have to have a really good driving record. So when we get those MVRs, the motor vehicle reports, and they come back not clean, then students are somewhat disenfranchised. It's really incumbent upon us to, make it very obvious and intentional, and let them know what the requirements are up front versus allowing them to get into our programs and then that barrier hits them. So we have a lot of workshops that we host around legal aid. We use Cabrini Green Legal Aid a lot so that students are aware of what programs they are eligible for and may be eligible for, so that they're not wasting their time.
With that, speaking of Cabrini Green, with all these expungements that will happen,
Yes.
Specifically around cannabis, the opportunities are going to grow.
Yes.
Do you foresee us having an active role in bringing this to our students?
Oh, absolutely. So you're right on target. Eric Lugo and myself and some of our other team members have already met with Cabrini Green Legal Aid, and they will be actually set up on our campuses to host workshops to address all of that. There will be just automatic expungements that will go on a rolling basis. Students don't even know that. They also may have their records expunged, but they may have some other infraction that will still prevent them from working in the cannabis industry, and they don't know that. And so we think that it's incumbent upon us as community colleges to put that information out readily available to our students. So absolutely, we'll be hosting those workshops over the next few months.
We had been very successful in working with Amon, with as a social service agency, for what we were titled the Weekend Warrior Program. The Weekend Warrior Program was centered on individuals as returning citizens, and it was a training program that resulted in a credential for welding. And one of the interesting parts of the program is we started early evening on Friday, and then it was a contiguous program to the evening on Sunday. And that was purposely chosen because leaders of Amon, as well as Daly, thought that that might be an opportunity that would present difficulties for those returning citizens. So they were at Daly for all of those hours. Now, that's a really intensive educational program. And about, I'm estimating the statistic because I didn't look it up before I came here, but I do know that it was more than 80% of the men that participated in that program were successful. I'm sorry I don't have the exact number for you. I think there was only one that didn't complete. But thinking about those types of programs is something that we're doing regarding those partnerships. The other way that we're looking at the issue is we're asking our employers and said, what are the barriers for someone being employed if they have a criminal conviction or if they have served time? And we're trying to work with the check the box issue to look at it perhaps a little bit differently, to say what type of positions would you be willing and they could be successful for, and then steering our students that come to us as returning citizens for that job market.
And I want to point out that 2/3 of our students come into liberal arts, and the opportunity there is tremendous. We don't ask questions, and they don't have to give us answers. They can just come in and register and move forward. As it relates to healthcare, and in spite of the legislation, the problem that we have is that clinical education is typically associated with a healthcare pathway. The clinical provider has demanded that they cannot have a criminal record whatsoever. And we are required to do a background check. In fact, one of the issues that we're going to have with this cannabis legislation is they've said that don't care. Our rules are that they cannot have that. And if they've got a cannabis offense on their record, they will not be allowed to go onto the clinical pathway. So that means they can't complete the program. Now, that doesn't stop us from working with them. We will have them sign a waiver if they demand they want to go in that area. We will allow them and we will work with them as much as possible. But the other thing that we've been doing, which is most importantly, is we've been having these expungement seminars at Malcolm X. In fact, we have one coming up in January. I believe the date is January 24th. And we are working with the Pilsen Neighborhood Community Council to pull that off. So they're bringing in all of the experts to try to address that, because the best way for us to support them is to get that off their record. And if we can do that, then we can open up the door to every pathway we have for the students. So this is the second one that we've had in the span of 1 year. We're excited about it, and we believe that this is the way to help them best. The city is involved in this, so they're bringing their resources to bear. So we're pretty excited about that.
Thank you very much.
Well, it's quite interesting. We could go on all afternoon, and I'm serious about it. I wish we had more time to do that. So in the absence, I'm sure there are other questions, but I think we should move ahead. So thank all of you very much, and congratulations on what you're doing, and best wishes.
Thank you.
We will now proceed with the November Faculty Council report. Dr. Adriana Tapanes Hinojosa. And Professor Hinojosa, I want to apologize that I couldn't make the meeting yesterday, but I just really got tied up on the south side. So we'll reschedule, right? Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon again. Chairman Massey, Chancellor Salgado, members of the board, officers of the district, faculty, staff, and all others present. 4 weeks have passed since the last time I stood in front of this microphone to provide our Faculty Council report, and it seems like it was yesterday. Time flies, definitely, and technology these days makes it even faster. Next week will be the final exams for our fall semester credit students, and the winter break will bring us to the holiday season as we celebrate Our Lady of Guadalupe, Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and a new year that will bring with it a new semester full of expectations. While we progress towards the last week of this fall semester, communication continues to be the main challenge at all CCC levels. We struggle with negative assumptions that we make of different people across faculty, administration, staff, and at every other level within the 7 colleges. In the worst cases, these assumptions fuel rumors of conspiracies and create toxic work environments. In their mildest forms, these assumptions create tension among different groups when one overenthusiastic group takes action without considering how those actions may affect others. This makes other stakeholders waste their energy putting out fires that could have easily been prevented if those great ideas were shared appropriately at all levels from the very beginning. Due to this, I will base my report today on the good, the not so good, and the ugly findings of CCC Faculty Council this month. Some of the best moments this month came from the collective work between the CCC Faculty Council Policy Review Subcommittee and the CCC Director of Academic Process and Policy, Autumn Henderson. The subcommittee and the director are working towards to develop a policy related for our student complaints that mirrors the policies in place for student grade appeals. Our tuition review committee continues its informational forums across the various colleges, and it's still collecting input from our students. This week, the committee has been to Wright and Truman colleges. The committee also visited Kennedy King 2 weeks ago, as well as Olive Harvey, Daly, and Harold Washington colleges. We will finally visit Malcolm X College this Monday. We also look forward to the outcomes from the initial meeting of the Development Education Organizational Plan Committee. At the last CCC Faculty Council executive meeting yesterday at Malcolm X College, we were visited by the CCC Chief Strategy Officer, Veronica Herrero, who presented an initial draft of the strategic planning findings and its phases of implementation to the Council while seeking our input. Also, Provost Potter provided updates of the Tuition Review Committee and initiated a conversation regarding the early alert current system and possible expectations. Sadly, we could not have Chairman Massey in attendance due to a last-minute conflict in his agenda, but we expect to have him joining us at a further FC4 meeting in spring 2020. The not so good this month has been the unnecessary misunderstanding generated by a lack of direct and clear communication between different stakeholders working to create the Cook County Jail program. This initiative started approximately 2 years ago when former CCC faculty president Jennifer Alexander created the CCC Faculty Council HOPE subcommittee in conjunction with Professors Bader, Ingwen, Nat Caporal, and Sprewer from Daly, Harold Washington, Olive Harvey, Wright, and Truman College, respectively. CCC Faculty Council worked for more than a year to have a memorandum of understanding created to formally initiate this partnership program between Cook County Jail and City Colleges of Chicago. Professor Alexander and Bader offered their leadership to this cause while balancing independent teaching loads. Although our colleagues have worked on researching, training, and developing the framework to run courses for this anticipated program, they found out that City Colleges of Chicago District Office designated Olive Harvey College as the administrative location for this program based on a consultation with only with the various city colleges presidents. The district office forgot to consult with faculty who were already working to develop this program. After an urgent meeting where all stakeholders were in attendance, everyone tentatively agreed that Olive Harvey may operate initially as their program administrative center. The program will be extended to other sister colleges as the demand and the training becomes available. It seems that Committee H, HOPE, will continue its work in partnership with CCC Faculty Council and District Office once the now revived Memorandum of Understanding is brought into practice. This is an example of how a simple and straightforward communication can solve misunderstandings and help all of us move in the right direction for a common good. These communications also ensure that the great work and persistence of our colleagues is acknowledged at all levels. It doesn't seem to be that hard after all. The ugly has mostly been devoted to at least 4 or 5 EEO complaints that have been stalled for at least 2 years at the CCC district level. These complaints involve faculty, administrators, staff, and students. These unresolved complaints have proven to be a burden at some colleges, escalating the level of toxicity in some already hostile working environments. We look forward to a prompt resolution to all of these cases so that those involved can find a closure sooner rather than later. Happy holidays to each of those present today at this meeting. Let us celebrate the season in unity and come back ready to solve our challenges together. This concludes my report. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much, Professor Tapanes Inilsa. And now we'll have the report from today's Committee on Academic Affairs and Student Services, Vice Chair Swanson.
Thank you, Chair Massey. So earlier today, the Committee on Academic Affairs and Student Services met. And I'd like to thank you and Trustees Tillman and Williams for joining me in that committee meeting. The discussion topic focused on a report from our team in the Office of Human Resources who are focused on EEO compliance and Title IX issues. They reported on claims of sexual assaults and or harassment across the district for the past several years as it relates to all of the population within the district, including students. We were glad to hear that our overall statistics of a system our size are low, and the details of this reporting will be available also at our website, and everyone can find that report at www.ccc.edu. We were heartened to hear about the efforts underway to increase knowledge by students and staff to both their rights under the law, but also know about the variety of resources available to them should they experience harassment or other inappropriate actions. These include the EEO office, Title IX office, as well as the wellness centers, which we've had previous reports on, and the staff throughout the Office of Student Services who are available to provide counsel and supports to those experiencing difficulties. So in addition to this presentation, we also just reviewed the assorted board reports that are in our packet. And I would note that these items are also available on the website, as I mentioned before, and that would conclude my report.
Thank you very much. So this month, we will have an extended closed session, and to that end, we will now proceed to consider the items on the December 5th, 2019 consent agenda. This month, all items for board action are on the consent agenda, which is printed on the green paper that was outside of the room. I would note again for the record that these items were discussed in detail in the committee meeting immediately preceding this board meeting, as you have just heard from Vice Chair Swanson during her report. Does any trustee have any questions or comments on any of the items listed on the consent agenda, or wish to have separate action on any of these items? No? If not, may I have a motion to approve the minutes, resolutions, the personnel report, resource development report, and the various agreements, purchases, and legal invoices contained in the consent agenda and identified as part of the printed agenda on a single roll call vote? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Will the Assistant Secretary please call the roll?
Vice Chair Swanson.
Approved.
Secretary Duque.
Approved.
Trustee Tellman.
Approved.
Trustee Davis.
Approved.
Trustee Williams.
Approved.
Student Trustee Alexander.
Approved.
Chair Massey.
Approved. Thank you all. Let the record show that the minutes, resolutions, personnel report, the resource development report, the agreements, purchases, and legal invoices included on the printed December 5th, 2019 agenda have all been approved. So now, in accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act, the board may hold a closed session for the discussion of matters related to a number of specified topics. Today's closed session will be for the discussion of matters related to 2C1, the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body. 2C11, litigation, when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the findings shall be recorded and entered into the meetings of the closed meeting. May I have a motion to go into a closed session with the roll call vote?
So moved.
Second. Would the Assistant Secretary please call the roll?
Vice Chair Swanson.
Approved.
Secretary Duque.
Approved.
Trustee Davis.
Approved.
Trustee Tellman.
Approved.
Trustee Williams.
Approved.
Student Trustee Alexander.
Approved.
Chair Massey.
Approved. Thank you again. Now, as I said, we will be gone for a little bit longer than usual, maybe close to 90 minutes. We will not be undertaking any more substantive business when we return. However, the room will remain open and the live feed will remain active, although you will see a notice that the board is in a closed session. For those of you who decide to depart before the board returns today, I just want to remind you again that the next regular meeting is on February 13th, 2020, and that will be here at Harold, Washington. For our students, faculty, and staff, we hope you have a successful conclusion to the academic session, and I want to wish everyone here and those watching online a happy and safe and hopefully somewhat relaxing end to 2009 and a wonderful beginning to 2020. So with that, let the record show that the closed session motion has been approved and we will return. Thank you. Nope, I can't do this. Quorum. We got a quorum, don't we? One more. The December 5th, 2019 regular board meeting is now reconvened. There was no action during the closed session. There have been no further business to come before the board. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
And Walter is 5 minutes late.
Damn it. I have to go down. I won't-